Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today, we return to our first playthrough of Black Book. We're down to the final seal. Not sure if we'll be able to finish the game today, but we're down to the 7th and last seal of the Black Book. Once we break that, our wish will supposedly be granted. Now, of course, there's some strange entity behind it, and I have a bad feeling about it. But let's find out for ourselves. Right now, Vasilisa is teaming up with a former enemy to take down a rival witch, who has taken the Black Book for herself and just needs a human sacrifice to unlock the last one. And this rival witch wants to eradicate all demons, all shorts. Or so we think. Let's see how that's going to play out.
Your gloomy thoughts are fueled by thick shadows around you.
Oh wait, I think I already
Before the
did
darkness
this.
engulfs you entirely,
Load
you
the
see a
latest
flicker
one.
of a candle near the staircase, and you rush towards it.
After the spinner. So we're going after the spinner. That is our target.
No time to go back home. I have to hurry for the book. It's good that I've already visited the Spinner's bar.
Alright, let's see what our companions have to say about this. But first, let's pester the shorts. Nikolka, getting rid of that. And what do I need here? I plan to take Proshka for this last seal, or at least this part of the chapter. So, defense is fine, but do I even have Bless in my Black Book? I'm currently running a full offensive curse deck. Curse and weakness deck. Vampirism? Okay, there's no bless. And I wonder if rage, like if this counts, or if I'll still be able to get blessed with rage. If not, I could always replace this with another key card. Just to be safe, we probably should. Waste 7 immediate. Used instantly bypassing the Zagavoro. Damn! I could use that. Wait, no, this is not our waste deck. This is the weakness and curse deck. Right. Number 2 is our waste deck. In that case, well-versed 8 to all enemies. That seems pretty good. This is well-versed 5. Well-versed 7. We can get rid of their rage since we're not going to be blessed, and we can put in Fierce Wind. Recitation time 2 for 32 damage. Is that worth it? Hmm. Do I have any other gestures here? Take a current maximum of pages. And it's immediate, and it's a gesture. So it doesn't take up a word. I think we are currently fine. However, our waste deck could use these new cards. Let's get rid of... Where's that? One Scorch It. There's waste 7 immediate though. This also waste 5 for all enemies. Fire Chain. I think I can get rid of a lock for this. Fire Chains. Just in case we encounter an ethereal creature, then we're gonna need this. We don't have any cards here that rely on the length of the spell. So I could actually just get rid of the Scorch Its. And then add another waste 7 immediate. I could replace all my Scorch Its with it. Should I? You can try it out. I hope that works. But let's stick with our full offensive deck for now. Our shorts will be sent out then. Defense pages give less defense, minus 4 health, plus 2 waves in battle start. Let's go for DPS. Let's try that out. It's just minus 1. You know, that 1 could really help us. Let's talk to Carnage.
I don't think it will be hard for you to get back the book. No. That woman can be more powerful than Leshy's or the Fernfire.
Who knows? I didn't trade blows with her.
But she doesn't have the friends you have. I haven't seen any companions either.
Oh, power of friendship.
We'll see soon enough.
Arr, arr.
It's alright, Vasilisa. Even without the book, you're much stronger than any other Golden. You've already dealt with Sashka, and you'll deal with the Old Crown. The real problem here is this rain. My furs are wet. Ugh.
Well, you did choose the form of the cat. Let's take Proshka Voipel. Now, some interesting things here. Apparently, we were told Old Igor was planning to betray us. So we're not sure. Is Old Igor working with a spinner? He did direct us to find her in the early game. Well, let's go to the book merchant first. But our main task for this chapter is to get back the Black Book. The spinner took your witching manuscript. You went to Izba in search of the most valuable artifact in the entire gubernia. Wow, really?
You have goosebumps, a sign of a devilish presence. You look around. Your only companion is humming among the silence. Suddenly, a dark figure steps out from the shade. It is a scribe, a Zagavr dealer.
It's not over how shady this spell dealing is. Let me just fix something. I realized that... I just noticed that my Discord status doesn't update with the stream name for some reason. Maybe... Huh. It doesn't exactly show my status. Maybe because my Twitch connection didn't work. Huh. I'm just gonna check this before we continue to make sure that... Yeah, display on profile. Huh. Maybe something went wrong with the connection at some point. Alright. Now, how do I re-enable the streamer mode? Oh, it wasn't connected. Weird. It's already connected. Or maybe the status doesn't show for me? Anyway, I need to enable streamer mode again. How do I do that? There we go. Oh, now it's back. Weird. Alright.
The wisdom that lies upon dark pages is not that of madness.
Should I buy another copy of this? You never know. You know, it's the last seal. Let's do it. Already? The spinner's Isba. This cursed Isba again. There's no time to wait for Grandpa's help. I'm getting the book on my own. Oh, I can go to Pianteg. Should I stop by the merchant? I'll have a hard time dealing with the spinner without any herbs. Oh, yeah. Let's get herbs. Oh, I got an achievement, Traveler.
You stop on the outskirts of the village, trying to catch your breath. Clouds of your breath are torn apart by the slanting cold rain. The spinner's Isba is not far away, and you decide to spend some time preparing for a meeting with this dangerous witch.
I like this. Clouds of your breath are torn apart by the slanting rain. The slanting cold rain. This game had a lot of amazing descriptions, like there's a game master describing the scene. Really good. So I got an achievement called Traveler, and apparently we've visited a total of 333 locations. So this is probably the end of the game already. About the spinner. Or trade first. Let's buy. And it's as if we're talking to the herbalist. Asking about the spinner. Do not need anything about the rock. Increased charging. What's the most expensive thing here? 3 more herbs on our turn. Should I use this? What items do we have? So we're going for cursing. Recharge speed of ally, which is great. Oh, we don't need this because we cannot be blessed, so I need to replace this. What did I used to do with that? This is immunity to waste, curse, and poison. That seems pretty powerful. could also just reduce all the torment, like straight out. I think it stacks. So we're going with Kirsten offense right now. Kirsten offense. I think immunity to certain conditions would be super useful. You know, immunity to waste, curse, and poison. I think let's keep that. And he doesn't have herbs, so I don't think I need any of this. Go herb crazy. But it's gonna use up all my money. Will we even need money anymore? Is this the time to spend it all? I don't want to spoil myself and Google that. Chance 20%. That status is inflicted by Vasilisa lasts an extra round. Avert evil on battle start. Enchanted spoon. You know, let's just buy this. It's the most expensive thing. Why not? We saved up all this money. And we may as well equip that. Now let's ask about the spinner.
Peasants cross themselves at the mere mention of the old witch. Everyone knows that meeting her is dangerous, but many still ask for her help. No village can survive without a Khaldun. The peasants shrug their shoulders.
So they grin and bear it. Well, she has the book. I need to stop her. The spinner's Isba. This cursed Isba again. There's no time to wait for Grandpa's help. I'm getting the book on my own. I have a bad feeling about this. I really doubt this is the last chapter. Something's gonna go wrong and we'll probably have another one
You use
left.
the sorcery of the fern, and pain shoots through your palm. Trying to move silently, you get to the spinner's Isba, but it turns out that it is not that easy to get inside unnoticed. There is no Riddler skull this time, but there are 3 other guardians. They watch the path to the Isba vigilantly, and you hear their quiet whispers.
I'm so curious, like I want to talk to them. The spinner probably knows we're already here, but this is the time for Proshka to shine, I think.
Your companion brings back news of the Sentinels. All 3 are familiar to you.
Oh.
One of them is Akulina.
What? They're allies? Good scouting, Proshka.
My god, Akulina.
Oh, what did she do to my... Okay, that's a... Ah.
Who else is here? Agafi Filipovna. Are you?
Did she just possess the whole village?
What are you doing here?
The peasant women bizarrely sway from side to side. They start to shake and mutter something when they hear your voice.
Aquilina, what's going on? The horror. Vasilisa, help her!
The spinner's witchcraft. The Zagavar I need is in the black book. Better hurry over to that hag.
Holy
You
crap.
are startled when Akulina grabs you by the wrist.
What you're after, you won't achieve. Everything was in vain.
Your road leads to damnation.
You will find only pain.
The otherworldly voices die down, and only the indiscernible muttering of the women continues.
Aquilina has turned into a shaman. We should break her enchantment quickly. I myself don't mind uttering prophecies as an Ikota, but something isn't right here.
Definitely. Belts?
You try to touch the belt, but the sorcery of the spinner repels you.
Aquilina, where did you get this belt? The spinner gave it to you?
She's been making belts for people. She gave the belt. I knew that was a problem. We gave the belt to the bride as well. The belts were all cursed.
We are fated to be under her power until we are dead.
She trapped us into the force of her thread.
Jesus. String of life. The likening of man's destiny to string echoes in the traditions of Cherdin. Divinations by string to find out who would marry first, more often than not, come true. Girls would weave a string and subject it to a test. All of the strings were collected and set ablaze. The girl whose string burned to the end the fastest would be the one to marry first. It took great skill to make a thin string, and the girls who were able to do this were called thin spinners. The ability to spin thin was one of the qualities that raised the girl's status in the premarital hierarchy. A string made by a bride was burned or torn during the wedding ceremony, a symbol of the end of a previous life and the beginning of a new one. This, I won't forgive her for taking my friends.
What efforts were in vain? Were all the seals in the book restored?
And no one in the heavens nor under the earth.
To open the seals had his doom.
And those who tried, only them saw. Darkness, death, and the tomb.
I mean, it was sealed for a reason.
What pain, Akolina?
For years about it you knew.
With chalk you circles strew. You shall be greeted with sharpest pain.
Until it will drive you insane.
That's it, I gotta stop the spinner to break this spell.
I have to hurry. All the sorcery. Who knows what her sorcery will do to them? I need the Black Book.
Not fair.
The black hole in place of the spinner's throne leads into strange darkness covered in cobwebs. You hear the inviting whispers of the gloom of the abyss that leads to unknown depths. The black book is out there, somewhere. The damp earth escapes your grasp, and you fall down into the cold darkness of the pit. The pain of the impact leaves you breathless. You try to catch your breath, but the air in the bottom is wet and stale. You manage to get up and look around. A black, winding passage leads into the depths of the cave. You exchange worried glances with your companion and rush into the bowels of the underworld.
Yep. So we went into her isba and found a mysterious chasm in her room. We went down in search of our artifact. Where do these tunnels lead? I should be careful not to get lost.
It's hard to walk and even breathe amidst the thick strands of cobwebs. You have to push away one white shroud after another, and soon your hair and dress are covered with dust and small spiders. It's good to have the skull lantern, because the darkness is too deep even for your sharp eyes. You try to make out something on the ceiling, but it's covered in cobwebs.
What? I think I saw something move. An untrodden path. Should I even look there? Well, yes, I'm curious. I vow to explore everything in this game.
Swarms of small spiders flee before you. You reach a pale grotto, wrapped in the pale threads of cobwebs, and find 3 cocoons there. To your horror, they have unmistakably human forms.
Crap. Are these people I know?
You take a step back when a rush of spiders escapes the otherwise empty cocoon.
Second.
Inside, you find the emaciated mummy of a short peasant. A gold ring glimmers on his finger.
Is this the Lord of the Rings reference? Let's take the One Ring.
The light dims momentarily when you remove the ring from the corpse.
I wonder what that was. It's just money. That is just a reference to Lord of the Rings. Third cocoon.
Inside is the blackened corpse of a child beyond recognition. Only the whites of his deadly eyes stare at you, unblinking. You reel back from the corpse, dazzled by the stench of decay.
This escalated quickly. Let's leave. I hear something. It sounds like someone is working the loom.
A white cocoon pulsates in the middle of the cave hall. You hear a rustle of spiders running away from the cold light. The cocoon quietly crackles with cobwebs in rhythm with the pulsations.
Open the cocoon. So what happened in Alien?
You touch the web and tear it down like a shroud. There is a working loom beneath it. An exhausted Chort is working on the contraption. His black hide is tied with belts of the spinner, and spiders swarm all about him,
Oh,
sucking
crap.
the last bits of strength from the spirit.
Let's examine the loom first.
The loom is covered with sorceress signs that are designed to keep this Chort working for all eternity.
Just tormented forever. Weaving. Weaving requires yarn made from animal wool. Weaving has been around since prehistoric times, so it is unsurprising for it to be reflected in mythology. The Parquet in the Morai, not sure how to pronounce that, often translated as the Fates, are goddesses of life and destiny in ancient Roman and Greek traditions. One spins a thread that symbolizes life, while the second one winds it onto a spindle, thus shaping someone's destiny. The third one cuts the thread, thus ending a person's life. Let's release the demon.
You tear away the belts, and the Chort flies up, incredulous that he has been released. Before disappearing into black smoke, your gazes cross, and you see something strange. Is it a hint of gratitude?
Is it?
There are some mushrooms beneath the bench. You take them with you. The loom is covered with sorceress signs that are...
Impassable webbing. You cannot hold me with this, spinner. Looks like there's another path to the left.
The narrowing path is blocked by thick cobwebs. White, slimy threads are still fresh, oozing with the pale juices of their creator. You try to find a gap in this unexpected obstacle, but, alas, the cave is well blocked.
Squeeze through. Fern flower. Or we use the break herb. What's the bad thing about using the fern flower? It's free and we don't use a break herb. How many break herbs do we even have left? 6 break herbs. We can spare one. Does it even work on these cobwebs?
A tried and true method of dealing with locks and blocks is as reliable as always.
Huh.
A walkway forms amidst the cobwebs, and you manage to squeeze through.
Easy. Burn threads. Smells like something's burnt. Was the spinner also burning Kopala fires? Or burning bodies?
There's not much cobweb here in this little cave nook. Instead, there are bizarre, multicolored threads hanging in clusters from the ceiling, forming strange passages and patterns.
Examine the room.
Some threads are burned, and the floor is strewn with old ash.
She's been controlling everyone? Examine the threads.
Threads that seemed chaotic at first glance seem to form an intricate pattern.
Why would a spinner need so many different threads?
Divination?
This is a divination for sure. Complicated one at that. I would guess she has learned many things with these threads.
Oh, it's her own divination room.
Which thread burns faster, that is what will come true. The spinner has her own system here. What complicated sorcery.
There's not much cobweb here in this little cave nook. Instead, there are bizarre, multicolored threads hanging in. Some threads are burned, and the floor is...
She predicted something, huh? Narrow walkway. I can sense that the book is close.
You notice the chorts hanging in clusters from the cobwebs in the dark corners of this cavern passage. At first, you think that these are other victims of the monstrous spiders, but soon you realize that these chorts are not only alive, but are also playing a game of cards, and haven't noticed your arrival.
Let's play cards. It seems a bit more interesting. Let's save, actually. We don't have a black book. We play cards. Like sneaking past is just what? We're gonna ignore it, and then XP. We lose out on XP and a card, I think. Saan drop ko? Trumpus Hearts. Let's see if we can beat them. Vasilisa attacks short. So I have to beat that short, right? I lose? Oh no. There we go. Alright, let's get a card. Swipe ethereal. All attacks misses creature. Make myself ethereal. Old spinner. What's over there? I can't see clearly. Is that a stove? Where do I get the Bailichka?
You come across a small cave hall furnished in a similar manner to that of an ordinary room in an izba. Here you find a hearth and a table, a red corner, and even a spinning wheel with yarn. Only the log walls are absent, with a rocky cave wall in their place. These stones are all heavily chalked with some strange, magical symbols.
Examine the isba.
It is strange to see peasant utensils so deep underground. It seems like this is all the furniture that's missing from the spinner's izba on the surface.
And she moved. Examine the spinning wheel.
An old spinning wheel is skillfully decorated with a diamond pattern. You touch the yarn and a flock of small spiders scatters away. The rustling of their small legs resembles mocking laughter.
Spinning wheel and spindle. The spinning wheel is also magical. They are made out of a single tree, usually spruce, and included the roots of the tree. The seat was made out of the roots, and the stand and the wheel itself were made out of the trunk. One couldn't start spinning without reading a prayer first or leaving the spinning wheel at night without reading a prayer first or leave the spinning wheel at night without crossing it. The spindle was also believed to possess magical forces. The most well-known caused you to sleep if you pricked your finger with it. A spinning wheel was used by the supreme deity to make the veil of reality itself. Sheridan peasants used the spinning wheel to make patterns filled with mystical meaning. The towels that they made depicted dawn on one side and sunset on the other. It is not a coincidence that towels were placed under the coffin of the deceased when his body was carried out of a house. These towels, sewn together, were used as a tablecloth. It also played an important role in rites and rituals. Symbols.
Strange letters and geometric patterns pulsate with a sorcerous glow invisible to ordinary mortals. You are unfamiliar with both the inscriptions and the drawings. It seems that the spinner borrowed some knowledge of foreign witchcraft from her apprentice.
Huh. What did Alexander teach her? Okay. We're gonna get back to Black Book. The spinner's goal bets can't be that far. I have to find that old crone. We're gonna have to deal with Shelob. This is unexpected. It's like a reaper. Okay. Come on. Did I die? Did I fail? Oh shit, take the black. Why is she just standing there? Where can I run to? Oh. I did fail. That's kind of weird. I get the cutscene, like it overlapped. Where did it autosave? Ah, here we go. Sneak 100. Give me the black book. Can't be that easy.
Oh,
Oh, she really was engrossed in it.
Vasilisa. You know I'm glad to see you. I've been waiting for you. I knew that he wouldn't be able to hold you. My guards told me about you long ago.
Yeah, the let go of them.
You took the book with such skill.
This is my book. You thought you'd get away with it?
What are you talking about, girl? I wanted to give it back to you. Only such a powerful sorcerer as yourself can harness its might. We'll need a dead sorcerer for the dead seal.
Oh, and she's like, join me, kill Alexander.
That's what it says, right? My side is not as good as it used to be, child.
I'm not a child. There are 2 Khaldoons here. I think the book will be satisfied with you.
Whoa, Vasilisa.
What a smart girl.
The Weaver knows something.
I won't do it. I gave all my chores to Alexander, unless some other competes.
Oh. So she's totally giving it up to Alexander, so that saves her.
I am not much of a witch these days. But then again, we have to get to the crossroads for the ritual, right? Oh, my memory's not so good, you know.
Old Igor still has some chorts.
That's none of your business.
Well, I know what is needed.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear the construction. You can probably hear it so loud.
Fine. We'll go together to the crossroads, and I will help. We'll do everything together.
So suspicious. Decline!
Stop spinning your yarn. I know that you only want to get the hold of the wish.
Why? Oh, why would I need this is a darling? The fact is that we want the same thing.
What?
So you want to free my beloved from hell?
Of course I do. I want to help you.
Because there's another entity behind that seal.
Not that Alexander, that liar. He only spins his wishes for himself. That damn chartocrat. Everything is in fact very simple. We should get rid of all the demons. And then, when there are no demons left, who is to keep your boy in hell?
You believe that the book can kill all the demons? I don't know about that. Why would that chort help me then?
Well, yeah, the legend says so, doesn't it? Just imagine, no Khaldoons, no devil. We'll live as if in heaven itself.
I don't think I can trust that.
Well, let's join forces.
I think the demons are part of a necessary balance in this world. Decline!
Nice story, but I'm not buying it. Why should I believe the one who imprisoned me and locked me up? You would have helped me in the beginning as my grandpa if you really wanted to.
Your grandpa, you think that he's helping you? He never loved you. He doesn't care about you a bit, as I don't care about Alexander.
Lies!
Don't believe me? And why do we take apprentices? You know it yourself, so that the chorts will let us pass away.
I guess it is a curse that you have to hand it down. Because you keep shorts and you die, then you come back from the dead and you don't rest.
needed you solely for that reason.
So Flemeth.
And I know that well. I need that damn nobleman for the exact same reason. Well, let's be frank with each other. We women have to stick together. I'll help you open the seal as a friend.
Plot twist is she's actually the good ending.
So
Decline!
worse than the Chorts. It would suit me better be friends with Satan himself.
She wants something behind that last seal.
Damn wench. Your man doesn't need such a fool anyway. You think I can't handle you? Don't you see what demon I have in my service? This is the Permian Chirang himself.
According to Komi-Permian mythology, Cheran, a spider in the Komi-Permian language, is responsible for transferring souls of the dead to the underworld. How quaint. Pleased to meet you.
He will guide you to the afterlife.
And then I get reunited with my love, I guess.
Nanny, I don't believe it. I've heard everything.
Ha! Nanny? Oh.
You were just using me?
So you were the nanny of their household?
You're here as well? You should have stayed with your toys in your mansion.
She has been playing the game of... well, the game of fate. Oh! Holy crap, they just killed him!
Now it's your turn, Vasilisa.
Did he just...
I'm not afraid of you, nor of your spider Chort.
I hope he didn't just die. Great. She's a spider mech. Oh my god. What the hell? She's gonna mute me? Okay. Waste 20. I'm immune to waste at least. Holy crap. We need to kill that. Fierce wind. So that's gonna be taken care of. We can kill the other. Can I curse anyone at this point? Yes, I can. Curse. Deal double damage. Weakness for all, just in case. Oh, come on, Poroshka, we can do this. Should I go with Articulacy already? Let's just see how this goes. Immune to waste! MMH fan, thank you for that tip. You know, most of the tips have come from you, MMH fan. I'm so grateful for the support. Welcome. We're back to the last seal. We are at the last seal. This could be it. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if Old Igor, our guardian, our father figure, I don't know if he's going to betray us in the end. The spinner was probably trying to lie. He was trying to get into our head. But no, we declined her offer to join her. Poroshka, defend me. What are you going to do? Surgeon ailment. Hmm. So that's gonna take care of that. Damage when health is lost. Double curse. We could double the curse. We could do that. Oh, well, we have the rating squad. Let's just do it over there. Oh, we have another key. We leveled up. Totally did not see that. Let's double your curse. Oh, that wasted all my spells. The 2 legs made her retreat. So now what? I don't have any target. Oh, it's her now. She's the new target. That is weird. Okay. Nava. Gesture. Serpent Sting. Ailment. Let's get Vampirism in there, I guess. Is it like a DPS window, maybe? I think it's a DPS window. Ah, to actually hit her, I need to get rid of the spider first. Damn it, I didn't make the most out of that DPS window.
Wait, Vasilisa, hold your Zagavers. I am sure we can come to an agreement.
You want to get rid of all demons? Then, I don't know. I'm not sure if demons are... I don't know, heaven and hell exist in an equilibrium, right?
And give you the chance to put a knife in my back? Never.
I'm not sure in this world. In some worlds, it's also bad if heaven just can run amok. Huh. Removes all positive statuses. Okay. Now we make the most out of our DPS window. What else can I do? Double her curse value? Yeah, pile that up. Do I have articulacy? Yeah, let's... Old Igor's probably the final boss. I have a bad feeling still. Here we go. I think I gotta take care of them again. Just like last time. I wasted the Eretnik squad because I didn't know. well versed. Let's set this one up. Decrease the value of all applied effects by 20. That's fine. That should be enough, and it's going to send you back. Now back to you, Spinner.
Cursed wench! I should have killed you when I had the chance, instead of listening to that fool.
Oh, those are your true colors, so you did want to kill me. Alexander saved me.
It's too late to cry now. I won't be caught in your nets again.
You just want whatever's behind the last seal. Set up with a Nava. $27. Sir. All right. One more round and you're...
Vasilisa.
Oh, you're awake.
Are you alive there? Well, you're quite resilient, you know that?
You get bit slapped by a spider.
A miracle, I know. I can help you with the book. I'm not lying, I swear.
I can call Alexander to come for the last ride of the seals. Who knows how he might be of use to the seal of the dead sorceress.
You could be one of the bodies to sacrifice. Okay, he's heard how he was used, etc. He still wants a churtocracy. He owes us one. I don't know what. Invite.
If you want to be of use, come to Mihail's crossroads.
Let's spice things up.
All right. Just let me pull myself together.
You find your acquaintances free of the spinner's witchcraft when you escape the dungeon. They are still dazed a bit, but you feel that this sorcery will soon subside. You find a belt spun from cobwebs nearby. Without the witch's curse, it will make a fine amulet.
I've dealt with this spinner at last.
Used to be everyone wore belts. Those without one were considered dissolute. Smart of the spinner to make belts for everyone. She was playing around with her fates. So we have a new Bailichka. We invited Alexander to the final confrontation. I really think it's old Igor. Unfortunately. How Aunt Marfa died. Is this the new one? I remembered something else. I was but a young lad on the summer holiday. I threw my school bag on the shelf and dragged my cat by its tail. Then my friend, Kolya, came by and said, "Let's go next door. Aunt Marfa, the witch, is dying." So we ran over and saw the old lady suffering, moaning, thrashing on her bed, sour cream and milk gushing from her mouth. That's how much she's stolen in her lifetime. Won't die, that one, until she gives back every last drop. And that's how things were. Sometimes housewives go to the cowshed and the cows didn't have any milk. Marfa had milked them all dry. The men, meanwhile, had dismantled the ceiling and opened the chimney for her soul to ascend. A Koldun soul, you see, is heavy, weighed down by sin, so it's hard to rise up. Aunt Marfa died as soon as she was finished giving back the milk. Was that the new story? Evil Koldun, we already read that. I think that's it. We never got the last one about knower versus knower. Maybe we'll get the last by Lichka when we fight. Or maybe missed it on accident. Okay, what's the item? Oh, items unavailable.
And now to find old Igor.
We're gonna confront him about this.
She was lying, right?
I hope so. Maybe there were some half-truths there.
Of course. This woman speaks lies just as easily as she breathes.
Very well. Now back home, to Vilgard. Grandpa, are you here? Grandpa! There's no one.
The bench above the hearth is empty as well.
Wait, there's something inside the stove. This bottle. Kupala's ointment.
Through special rites and scrupulous preparations, Kolduns make it from Kupala herbs. It grants the ability to fly.
Why would Grandpa need it?
Maybe he's trying to deal with this rain?
I wish we could have made it earlier. Almost empty. This much won't increase my powers, but I'll be able to fly. And you should stay home.
What?
I'll find him quickly with this. I just need a moment to catch my breath.
All on my own? Let's save. I really hope old Igor doesn't turn out to be a bad guy. Or I need to deal with that in Ghost of Tsushima. Let's go for max DPS. Let's see how that deals. How that's for us.
I can fly with you. We'll find the old man.
Don't bother. I'll be back shortly. The last thing I need is to have to look for you in the rain.
There's no reason why they shouldn't accompany you, Vasilisa. But I guess okay. Let's heighten up the drama.
Grrr, don't forget, I'm not your average crow. All right, Vasilisa, as you see fit.
I don't know, Vasya. Is it such a good idea to go alone?
No. Actually, yeah. No, it's not a good idea.
It'll be quicker this way. We'll be back soon. Me and Grandpa.
Just to set us up for a confrontation with Grandpa.
I feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps it's my sorcery finally waking up.
It's just the gloomy weather. With this rain and all. Don't let it get to your head.
Our main task is to end up where it all began. Find old Igor. You took back the black book. There's only one seal left to break. You go forth in search of old Igor so that he can help you with the ceremony. Or let's have some predictions here. Maybe old Igor was supposed to use me, but maybe grew a conscience, grew a heart, saw us as his granddaughter slash daughter, and maybe he's gonna be the sacrifice. Maybe he'll be willing to give up his life so that we can break the seal. Maybe that's a choice we'll have to make, or we can make it for him. We'll see. But before we set off, let us visit the grave of our lover, the one that sent us down this path to begin with. Well, Vasilisa sent herself down this path. But I think it's about time we visited his grave.
Soon your coffin lid will break. I'll take you out from that road, from the afterlife myself. I've broken all the seals but one. I've done so much. I've suffered so much. And so many people have helped me. One was turned into a wolf before I saved him. And saved another from werewolves. I've been everywhere, walked every road, to get to Yerisba without doors and windows. I've been to a hidden village and saved it from the fog. I've walked all over, my shoes almost worn to bits, to perform the ritual of the fern flower. I met an evil witch in the town of Cherning and cleansed the possessed icon and healed Iskor from the fever. For you, I took the flower, the color of the sun itself.
Damn, that is a lot. She summarized the whole game.
I don't need to send a letter to bring you this news. I will get to you myself. Just you wait. Just be strong for a little while longer. I'll wash myself off in the waters, and all of this sorcery of mine will be gone.
About Uncle Sava. I once had a Khaldun for a neighbor, Uncle Sava. I remember when it was his time to go, he suffered a lot. Chorts don't let go so easily. His nephew, Grisha, who loved his uncle very much, stroked his head. Then the Khaldun said, "My boy, take one of them." And he slapped him on the shoulder. "No, Grisha." "Give it back," screamed the boy's mother. Grisha slapped his uncle back. "Sorry, uncle. Take it back." Sava once again writhed in agony as the shorts came back to him. After that, Grisha took a glass, one that his uncle used to drink from, filled it with holy water, and put it in a stove underneath the chimney. The water in the glass boiled, turned red, and the Khaldun went silent and died. The water washed away his sins, and he went to heaven at once.
I don't know what to do. What to think of my grandpa. Where is he now? My father. My mentor. What is he up to? You can't help me from beneath Mother Earth. Even if he's up to no good, he won't stop me. I won't be stopped at the very door. It is not in vain that I've opened the seals. I feel a great power in me.
Man, the slippery slope.
It will be enough to bring you back to me.
I mean, we saw what happened to Anakin, right? Herbalists collect witching herbs during Kapala night. Now let's buy all the herbs. Shoot, we spent all our money. Moves aliens suppress. He might suppress us. And we already have 4 secret leaves. How many Adam set do we have? 4? Let's buy more. Royal Eyes. What is this? Curse 5 on enemy. We could use that for our deck. Yeah. Oh, that's everything. Here we go. Field. If I fly up over the field, I'll be able to see the entire Cherdin Uyezd. So, our task is to find Old Igor. You took back the Black Book. There's only one seal left to break. You go forth in search of Old Igor so that he can help you with the ceremony. No, he is a bad person.
Grandpa, it's you. Why aren't you in our spot? Why did you make the ointment? You didn't say anything about it to me. If we needed for the seals, then you should have told me. I could have helped you. Together we would...
Vasilisa, I don't know whether I can do this. I must.
Must what?
Grandpa, what are you saying?
He wants to bring back his brother?
Vasilisa, only one seal is left. The time has come to give me back the book.
What about my wish?
Believe me, you won't need it.
I don't understand. You wanted to take the book from me this whole time? So the spinner was telling the truth. You raised me just to give your chores to someone?
So what? As if you didn't know it yourself. Didn't I teach you what it means to be a Khaldun? I've always wanted what is best for you.
What?
And you? I want to be a peasant, want to get married. Ah! Didn't you see how these peasant women live? Every second child they bear dies in his sleep.
Wow. To suffocate a child in his sleep by accident.
I raised you as a witch. You would have been forfeit were it not for me.
Grandpa, I'm grateful for what you've done, and I always will be. But the book? You wanted to help me with my beloved one yourself, didn't you?
I know well enough what you need, girl. You always listen to what I say. Now do the same and give me back the book.
What do you want?
I can't, Grandpa. I need this wish. I have to save him.
Don't argue back with your grandfather. I don't want to argue, girl, but I need the book. We mustn't waste the wish on that no-good boy of yours.
What? That's... Okay, you're out of line. Oh shit, seriously? Okay, he's immune to waste, so we're not... Good thing we're not using a waste deck. Goes first if he has less pages. We don't know what spells he has. And it's 3/3/3, huh? Perfect. I guess he wants the wish for his brother, maybe, to make up for his failures of accidentally killing his brother or his wife's friend, all of that. I don't know what he wants. Damn it. No one should have this book. Start off with that. Is he immune to curse? Oh, herbs don't have any effect on him. How cool. Someone possessed Old Igor, or he is cursed. Well, I can't curse him. So what's he gonna do to me? Shondi? Spell disease? I can't use defense then. Times 6? So I can't even reliably defend against him because it's gonna turn into damage unless I get rid of this spell disease. I'm not getting any of the curse cards as well. Is this the end? Shondi's 30 defense. Ah, lightning strike. Ah, I gotta curse him. That hurt like hell. He's probably gonna put up defense again and then lightning strike me. I need to curse him. There we go, well-versed curse. Let's double the curse. Come on, did my curse stick? Okay. 56. Gesture, weakness. More curse. Can my herbs keep up? Okay, he's gonna keep doing that. I'm not getting the cards I need. Just brute forcing it. Does Shondi also get rid of his curse? What do you want with that book?
I can't, Grandpa.
Don't you forget who took it! It's mine!
Not anymore. You gave it away, along with your chores.
Oh, okay. Damage and health is lost. That's what I need. Finally, an heretic squad. Is this it? This isn't even the final location of this chapter. So what lies at the end? Was it wrong to invite Alexander? What are we gonna do? I should have included a card that breaks defenses. Because the break herb applies instantly. Here we go again, and we're gonna keep doing that. Shondi it up. I think my deck is countering him.
I don't want to hurt you. Give back the book.
Why won't you tell me why you need it?
Grandpa, enough!
It's only 10 damage. He's still using the same tactic. The curse is saving me. Break through his defenses, Keela. Line him up for an heretic squad. You're dead.
I don't want to harm you, Grandpa.
Give back the book, and Zagavars won't be necessary.
What, he wants to get rid of? What? Alright, we do have the Kupala salve on. What is his wish?
The book gives me so much power. I don't want to harm you.
Don't be arrogant, granddaughter. I've scolded you so many times, and I will do my parental duty one last time. I know what's better for you.
Why don't you tell me what that is?
Breaking the last seal of the book. You think that's an easy feat, do you? Better if I did that. I'm old and beyond forgiveness.
Stop it! I'll forgive you, and we'll live as we used to.
You forgive me?
So it requires a human sacrifice, but what's the sacrifice of a sorcerer or witch?
You think your beloved one killed himself?
What?
I did everything for your sake, even forfeiting my own salvation.
No,
You sacrificed my betrothed?
this can't be.
That was the only way to become a true Khaldun.
So you've been grooming me from the start.
No! I loved you so much, but you've ruined everything!
You killed him so I wouldn't marry him and live as a peasant? Frack me. What, did we think we were gonna waste our lives away in marriage? What does he have now? He does not receive damage if all pages in the enemy Zagava are black. So I'm hard countered here. This is impossible to win. So I'm gonna have to restart this fight with another book. And he is immune to curse here and immune to waste. So I can't. This is impossible to win. So let's just see the fight, the rest of the fight. This is what happens if I had a mono-colored deck. He's immune to curse and waste, so he just basically nullified all the decks we have. But will I have to restart from the first phase? How do you do that? He shone these up to 60. Up to 30. You can't rely on waste to get past the defenses. So we just have to modify this one deck we have. But we can't even rely on curses. What else does he do? Use a ward for 14. I think that's all he does. Yep. And his defense just keeps going up and up and up. So we need that card that breaks defenses. One little ability just makes it impossible to win. Okay, so we have to build for that second phase. The first phase is gonna be a pain. We have to make an entirely different deck now. No waste, no curse. We need a balance to defeat him. Actually, this first deck is fine. Like heavy damage dealing. We'll need that. But we need to replace all the curse cards. We need to replace all the curse cards with the white cards. And that's the plan here. So no waste. So many restrictions. Well versed 9, that's fine. All attacks miss the creature. Ethereal's fine. He keeps hitting us with attacks, so we can't curse. So we need more glory to angels. I'm gonna have to rely on vampirism then and regeneration. But the shorts... Are we immune to regeneration? Okay. Thanks to one of our items, the regeneration short isn't affecting us. So we can be affected by regeneration. So let's start from this seal going down. What else do we need from the Fern seal? Davlea. No defenses as well, because he has that effect where all defenses will turn into damage. Or we have to find a way to balance that out. This is gesture and immediate. Take current maximum of pages. Gives us options. This is a find key and read it. Let's just put what we think would be useful. And go from there. Spikes. We're immune to resistance to status bless. We got rid of that short. So no bless. Inflicts damage equal to your current defense. We're gonna avoid that. He has eternal status, so we can't even remove that. Do I really want to sin? Double ward style. Double piety. Neastra, swipe 4 times 3. Damage previous turn. Length of Zagavor. If I have to restart from the first phase, maybe at least we could use curses for the first phase. But that's gonna take up... Oh, increases damage received by enemy. Was he immune to ailment? I don't remember. Oh, I only have one card. Eliminate enemy's defense. Let's just swipe. Gain defense equal to health loss in previous turn. This is in the second phase. They're building for 2 phases, so very different, with very different constraints. So he's cursed, so this actually deals damage already. We need more white cards. I have a bad feeling about this. I mean, well, we can try this out, but I think we have to restart from the first phase. Oh no, it's in the air already, so I could just build specifically for this. Ah, okay. So he's not even cursed. Useless, useless, useless. I already used the white card, right? So did that bypass his warlock status? Because style isn't affecting, so I think the white spell counted for this round. So I could just go all out. See how it goes. But I know now. I know I can just build for this specific phase. I have to get rid of his ward.
How could you, Grandpa? Why?
I know what's good for you, Vasilisa.
he didn't want us marrying and just not becoming a Khaldun, because I think wasted potential in old Igor's eyes. Positive statuses cannot be removed, so I cannot remove his ward. So I really need a way to break his thing before anything. But I need break herbs. Since he's no longer cursed, I can use herbs against him. The problem is I can't delay the break herb. I need to get rid of style. I forgot. I need a white card for everything. Find a key and read it. What should I read? Spike Sten. Do I have a negative status? I'm fine. I have useless cards in my deck. Inflict damage equal to sum of target statuses. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how much damage is that gonna deal to me? Find order and read it. What do I want here? Oh, hey, yeah. Let's start with that. Eliminate enemies' defenses. And then open them up. Oh, it happens in the second spell. There we go. How do I increase this damage even further? There, increases damage received by enemy for 1. Let's see how this works.
Return the book to the tower!
Another of your lies. And to think I believed you!
What does he want with me? Find the key and read it. What can we have here? Another ethnic squad. Oh, wait a minute. It already showed that this is already in my hand, so that was used. That's not needed. Okay, damage when health is lost. Yeah, why not? Shit, did I kill him? Oh. Oh. Ah.
Grandpa, just look at yourself.
Damn sorcery takes its toll. Enough fooling around. Give me the book.
Is he trying to protect me from this fate?
Masha, I'll make everything right.
How? How can you change everything that you've done? If not for your sorcery, everything could have been fine. I would live a simple life, like everyone else in Vilgard. I never needed your chores.
Ha! You don't know yourself well enough. If not for me, the Vilgard rebel would have sent you to the graveyard faster than you'd learn your first war. But enough of this, Vasilisa. I know you'll never forgive me. And you won't have to. I'll turn the tides of time back with my will. There won't be anything, neither Prokopi, nor Timoshka, nor the book itself. She would never leave the Sukharev's tower. There will be nothing then. Neither my horns, nor your grief.
I don't believe you. I don't!
If you turn back time, how are you gonna alter that past? You turn back time to the point before she left the tower, she'll just leave the tower?
You needn't hold on to your book. It's true that your fiancé is dealing with charts. Passing aerial toll houses, I bet. Soon he'll meet St. Peter at the gates.
And that's why I need to give you the book? How can I trust you?
You'll have to, Vasilisa.
Igor's true form. Now what face is this? Now I can use waste here. Because it limits the maximum damage received by 30. So for this face, I can use my waste deck. I'm still not understanding his motivation. Maybe they're just stuff being lost in translation. Because if he wants to just wish and turn back time, the book's gonna get out anyway because you're just going back to the past. Or his goal is just to have no book in the first place. Because the book has destroyed so many lives. And yes, this is his final goal. He needed to use Vasilisa to unlock the seals. It would have been a waste in Igor's eyes. It would have been a waste if Vasilisa simply married and settled down, living a simple life, in his words. Let's switch out my deck.
This book is mine! Mine!
You're not even human anymore, Grandpa! Look what your sins have done to you!
What else does he do? Regeneration 30. Death can wait. Right, let's go to my waste deck. Let's see if this works. What? What is that? It's regeneration 30. Increase the waste. What else are you gonna do to me? Regenerate. So gesture. Redneck squad, the redneck squad. Nava. Spikes are gonna kill me.
This book is mine! Mine!
You're not even human anymore.
Then he's gonna hurt me. Wait, this deck is a mix of curse and waste? Oh wait, we got rid of her full waste deck. Inflict damage equal to the enemy status of waste. Huh? Okay. How do I heal myself at this point? Music stopped as well. So I need to make sure that... Oh, it's gonna waste 30 on me, but I'm immune. The spikes are gonna kill me if I use Serpent Sting. So let's increase the waste. The composure is fine. How do I heal myself? That's all I have. I think the final boss will be whatever's behind the seal. I'm on thin ice here. My waste is not meeting his regeneration. Like 2 damage. I need to up that waste counter. Yeah, vampirism. Let's go with that. What happened to all my waste cards? Burnt nails? What else are you going to do to me? You're gonna keep attacking me then. Alright. Let's double your waste then. We needed that. Were those swipe cards the instant waste? Did I read it incorrectly? Double waste. That. When will your spikes wear off, my man? 10. Do I have an herb that gets rid of status effects on you? There we go, 80 waste. Let my vampirism work its magic. Get up to full health. Use this phase to heal myself. Because I think my health carried over from the previous phases. Keep that up. I think those were waste cards. Those are swipe cards. I'm not getting the instant wastes anymore. Oh well, battle of attrition it is. Because he can only receive a maximum of 30 damage. But it's the maximum number of damage received. Waste... so 30 is really the max. So that's it. I have to find a way to get rid of other stuff about him. Let's see. Removes the positive status from the enemy. Did I get rid of his regeneration? No. Let's get rid of another one. I got rid of something else. But not his regeneration. Oh, I'm using all my herbs and I think I still have the final boss. Yeah, I lost all my waste cards. I think they were swipe cards. I didn't see the tag. I got rid of his spikes at least. So we can actually go full force. So this really doesn't work, huh? Inflict damage equal to enemy's waste status. Because he's already gonna suffer the max 30. There's no point to it. Oh shoot, the whole land is just being destroyed around us. Oh, now the waste cards come out. They're not swipe. I don't think the waste counts against his limit of 30. Because it's his turn, right? Oh my god, things are crumbling all around us. I think this is like secretly time. Maybe it's secretly time? Is this working as it intended? Equal to enemy status of waste times 2. So I should be dealing 200 like damage to him. If the card's working as I understand it. Yeah, that's maximum 30. And on his turn, the waste takes effect. Also 30 on his turn. So there's no use piling on the waste. So I just gotta wait. And heal. Hopefully this island won't sink and kill me. too bad the music cut out. Make sure he's weak first. Keep that ward up. Waste him. Curse. Avert evil. I need to get rid of his regeneration. It's slowing things down so fast.
There is little time left, Vasilisa. The gates of hell are opening.
You won't get it back. Stand back, Grandpa.
And let you rob us of this one chance. Never!
He's delusional. So what am I supposed to do? At least I got to full health, but I think there is a timer on this. Okay, the island is not yet falling. I think that's a good sign. At least he's not healing himself. It'd be so annoying if he did. Finally. Enemy chooses random character, will reversal enemy. Man. He was just using us.
So this is true.
Grandpa!
You were right when you said you were much too powerful for a toothless Khaldun like me. I don't regret my decision. Who cares about your man?
Can't believe you killed him.
But I did what I had to do for my granddaughter. Just look at yourself. The Perim Gubernia has never seen such a powerful witch. There perhaps hasn't been one so powerful even in the whole of Russia.
I don't want to kill you, Grandpa.
Enough! Do what you must. I didn't raise a weakling. You wouldn't have broken the seals otherwise, even if you were thrice destined to do so. I am ready to face the abyss. I always have been.
What's she doing?
Well, what are you waiting for? Do it, Vasha! The time has come to break the seventh seal.
Oh my god. I can push Alexander. I can jump down. I can throw the book, and I can push old Igor. Is this choosing the ending? No, but this isn't even the final zone of the chapter. No, this is... killed my fiance, from what he's implying. Or, no, he didn't outright say he killed it. He implied it. Yeah, I think everything is confirmed. He did kill my fiance because he wanted to set me on the path to become the most powerful witch in Russia. To break the seven seals, so he could turn back time. Basically, so he could make sure the book didn't exist. So the wish is actually to destroy the book. Why? But he was so caught up in his own failures that he couldn't live with them and wanted to go back instead of live in the present and destroy the book here. I owe Alexander my life. I can't push him in. I am not going to jump down and release whatever entities in this book, which seem to be clearly malevolent. It is sealed for a reason, and it is so eager to be released. This book has destroyed this place. It has caused all this. But it's not just a book, it's human desire. Tempted by the power of this legend. It needs to go.
It is the book who is to blame for all of this.
No! Wait!
Let it burn in the hellfire of its creation.
I won't get my lover back. Toss the Frodo. I fell into the fires? The seal unlocked? What happened? I threw the book.
I'm in hell again. But what of my wish? What is that? What the devil are you?
Welcome, my lady.
What's going on? I can raise my hand to cross myself.
You were initiated a long time ago, Vasilisa. And now you are here, before the gates of hell. It means that the baptism is undone.
Baptism is undone? Encyclopedia. Shed light on this. Dechristening. Part of a Khaldun's initiation is the ritual of dechristening, or, in other words, the rejection of God. For the rest of a Khaldun's life, God is replaced with Satan. Thus, a Khaldun cannot cross himself, pray, or partake in Christian ceremonies. The initiate must rip off his cross and toss it over his left shoulder, or load a gun with it and shoot into the right-hand corner of a banya. After this, a fiery beast will appear, and the neophyte must crawl into its maw.
Now you will have to manage without the sign of cross. However, there is little strength in human praise. But don't despair, since the Black Book is with you.
I destroyed the Black Book.
You won't get it.
You shouldn't let wild fear assail your soul. That would cause you to recoil from the noblest of solutions. I know that many wish for its power. I don't need it. My power is in my connections. I only wish to help you, my lady.
Are you working for Satan? Are you Satan? Working with, through people?
Please, let me be your guide.
Why did you call me my lady?
I'm no lady. Just a girl from Vega.
Oh, but the one who broke all the seals has so much more power than an ordinary girl. Much more. I'm here to guide you, like Virgil. It is not an easy journey through wilderness of hell.
Short.
You know my name, but I don't know yours, it seems.
Prince Citri at your service.
Citri.
What a strange name.
The name Vasilisa seems real, as well to the ear of a demonic creature.
Hell.
So it's here? The Abyss?
Before you are the gates, poet Sinbad. You've came all this way, but I never doubted your strength for a moment.
So you knew about me?
For a long time, I believed that you would reach the Black Book, my lady.
Wish.
I came here for... I don't even know who or what to look for. Was it all in vain? No. I must find a way.
A wish? It is true. The wish of the one who opens the Black Book will be fulfilled.
How can I make the book fulfill it?
But who am I to know this? Just a mere prince. The only place where we can find the answers is the throne of hell.
Then guide me to this throne. And how much time is left until the 40th day is over?
Don't worry, my lady. Time passes differently. And will be as swift as the hounds of hell.
Wow, there's even a hell chapter.
But what is that? Several demons are flying towards us.
But I destroyed the book. I don't
The
understand.
rumors have already spread, it seems. They are flying to get your help.
What am I going to become? A queen of hell? Oh crap, there really is another chapter.
Hell is fickle. It shows itself in different guises to every visitor.
How's it going, Captain Panda? Yeah, I'm not sure if you just saw what happened. So we had a whole Lord of the Rings moment, right? Like this powerful artifact has destroyed so much of humanity, or at least it's corrupted humanity so much. You know, Chorts and their games, Heaven's probably involved in some way. But I chucked it into the fire, but the ground collapsed beneath me. Well, Prince Citri here, implying that he was, you know, a puppet master, intended this for to happen? I don't know. My grandpa also had the same idea about wanting to get rid of the book. Really, he did. But the way he wanted to do that was use the wish to turn back time, which didn't make sense to me. He was just... I understand where he was coming from, because he made so many mistakes. He accidentally killed his best friend's wife. He murdered my fiancé because he thought my fiancé would prevent me from becoming a witch, which is true. Vasilisa would not have thought about becoming a witch if she ended up being married and settling down. And he made a lot of mistakes. He couldn't save his brother. He was young and foolish, and he wanted to erase those mistakes. But, you know, if you turn back to the past, the book's just gonna come out again, and you're just restarting the clock. But it had to end there. I had to end the cycle. I could have burned his body. I could have pushed Alexander. Predictably, it's like, he's probably going to end up as a human sacrifice. So, you know, the previous generation were just grooming us to use the book for their own gains. Whether it's to erase their mistakes or to get rid of all demons. Which would probably bring in even more problems, because if there were no more demons, Hell would be unmanned, and what would that spell for the rest of the world? I don't know what's going on, though. I tossed the book, and then the ground crumbled underneath me. So, did Vasilisa burn to death? She died? I have the book again. I don't know what's going on. The seal was broken, so it is my life. Because another option was I jump into the fire. Yeah, there would be no balance. And which is what I love about these kinds of stories. It's like, it is their nature. And we ascribe evil to them. And yet without that, then the light would be blinding. And without the darkness, the light would not have anything to illuminate or push people to improve themselves. Which is, you know, you could eradicate all problems and what you think is evil and think that that may be a utopia. But what happens then? You know, it's Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. If you get rid of darkness, if you get rid of all pain and suffering, where does humanity go from there? Is that really how we ought to live? I'm just confused. I burned the book. Why am I here? They better give me an answer. But obviously, Prince Citri and the others, there's something about Vasilisa. They're probably going to reveal something about her. I don't know if it's going to be like a Trece thing with... Like, Trece was also like part devil, right? So, like, we'll see. Hell is fickle. It shows itself in different guises to every visitor.
To get to the center of the abyss, we need to overcome your first trial. That is to pass the Palace of Andromeles.
I did not expect... Well, no, I expected to end up in hell, but I didn't expect like a whole chapter set in hell. So the game is not even over yet. I'm not sure, but like in the series, I think that was one of the appeals. As in the synopsis, like she is of a mixed blood, and then one of her destinies, I don't know if it's about demon, but some prophecy about being the sixth child of the sixth child or something like that. Like she was destined to rule hell or something like that. Like that's one of the things in the synopsis. So, you know, her whole thing is about keeping the balance, right? So I don't know if Vasilisa is destined to fulfill that role.
You will know everything in due time.
Stop teasing me, Prince Citri. We're like 60 plus hours into this game. Surprisingly lengthy. But the length of it, all the things we encountered along the way, it's just... There's just so much history now behind Vasilisa's journey. Like we visited our fiance's grave, and she was talking about everything she went through. And so much had happened. We've been at this game for like 14 weeks already. Well, shit. Now I'm in hell.
Yes, the gates never cease to impress with their sophisticated monumentality.
He's gonna be our guide. Well, I'm gonna go back to my first deck and save. I destroyed the book. Okay, I got an achievement. Let's read the achievement. I think this is destined to happen. It says worthy. Break all the seals. Yeah, but thanks for dropping by, Captain Panda. Well, I'm just gonna see what lies beyond the gates of hell. Apparently, we have visitors all the way down here. Hello, Chorts. Do you have any problems?
You're here, my mistress. You're here. And just in time, just in time.
I'm not your mistress, evil spirit.
Oh, my lady, my lady.
Enough babbling, lad.
Citri, Citri.
What a useless spirit. Either speak clearly or be gone.
Oh, he's just a fan of me. Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be a happy ending here. Like I already expected, we chucked the book. That's it. We don't get our fiance back. We learn to move on and forgive each other and live without the freaking black book and people chasing this wish to fix all their problems. But apparently, I fell into hell and died. Question mark. And the book is still with me. I guess you cannot destroy the book that easily. Makes sense, you know. An evil artifact like that. I'm pretty sure it would be fire resistant. Especially with all the fire spells you're flinging around.
A spirit with use. Yes, with use. With presence even.
But wow, they want to serve me now.
We've heard, my lady, that you are familiar with the art of cards. Who else better to help us than you? A Cossack is here and he's playing Durak for his hat. We have to win.
Oh, he wants to recruit me for their card game.
Win him with an evil spin.
Agree?
Where is he? Very well. I will help.
He's here, at the tar pits. Turn towards the guts and bones. We're waiting, patiently awaiting.
How generous you are. Don't be afraid. It won't keep you very long.
Another visitor.
You're here, mistress.
Why are you all calling me mistress?
You are the demon I saved from the spinner's cocoon, right?
Oh, hey, it's him.
Yes, that was me. It said the chart's ungrateful. All lies. In my nook, I've hid a nice present for you. If you wish, madam, please come visit my place. I won't deter you much longer, my mistress.
I gotta say though, this I still don't understand why I still have the book when I chucked it in the flames, why I'm here in hell, but it's an interesting turn of events. It's an interesting setting. Things have gotten interesting. Well, our main task is to make a wish come true. To make your wish come true, you must reach the very center of hell. Your first obstacle is the lord of this hellish domain, Andromalius. So I can decide the Cossack's fate, and I can go to Sisyphus Mountain. But I don't want my wish anymore. What happened? Did I just get railroaded into this? Because we saw the animation. She chucked the book. To make my wish come true, I have to pass through hell itself. You know, where if I get to this throne, I'm just gonna say screw it. I'm not unlocking this last seal. Would have been a shame to miss out on this though.
The gates of hell exhale furious flames as they fix an eternal gaze. They are surrounded by throngs of demons as black as night. Some roar, some bark like rabid dogs, some howl wolfishly, and others grunt like evil pigs. All of this fills the air with an unbearable cacophony. The imps rejoice when you approach. Suddenly, everything is silent, and the hateful gates begin to make a speech.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to miss this scene.
And no one in heaven or on earth or under the earth could open the scroll or even look inside it. But are you worthy? He was who has opened it and broken the seals.
He fell back into his old ways. He shall offer passage to ones who wish be elsewhere, and trials for those whose fate has brought them here.
Attack! Talk.
How can I prove that I'm worthy?
We will see. Come closer.
There's an option to attack the gates of hell. What if I just attack it? I'm curious. Decline. No wish. No more wish.
No! I don't want to be burned!
Those who rid the place are doomed to be incinerated.
At the last possible moment, you dodge the scorching ray that the hellish maw shoots out at you.
I will not give up without a fight.
Just a few Zagavers are enough to quench the furious flame. Is this the newfound power of the book? Or do the gates see you as akin to them? A burning inferno that rages in the open maw dwindles down, and finally you are able to step under the dome of hell itself. Your guide snarls with a hint of approval before following you into the pandemonium.
Oh, that is a test. Okay. Next, the hair-wide bridge. Various bridges span the fiery rift, all of them different in width. Which one of them is for me? Gonna be a lot of tricks in this place. Great, another underworld. We just went through this in God of War. And we're back.
An abominable view of the hellish outskirts lies before you. A rocky slope gradually descends and disappears into a murky abyss. The darkness is torn by fiery lava flows appearing somewhere below. A narrow bridge spans the chasm and gradually descends. Demons are swarming amongst the rocks with their ghastly visages of pork snouts and muzzles of dogs, goats, and horses. They turn their evil beaks, having noticed your approach.
Hello.
Andel. Mendel. Gandel. My, it's so good in hell.
Hello?
Get out of my way, you Herod spawn! I'm heading for the throne and don't have time for you.
Oh, Vasilisa. Some demons can't temper their evil passions.
Right you are, Citri. Get the hell out of our circle.
Whoa, it's his territory.
Wait a moment, guys. What are we waiting for? There's nothing better than the 6th department.
Come on, bring the pan and light the logs.
I'm not in your clutches yet.
She's alive? That's true. And this one beside her.
Oh, I'm alive.
This one?
A book. No seals.
Well, we are better off then.
Huh?
Yes, let's quickly retire.
I guess even hell wants the book. What? Wish for the dominance of hell?
Not so soon, you demons.
Oh wait, Vasilisa still wants to blast them. I got questions. Throne of Hell.
How can I get to the throne of hell?
Oh, it's quite simple, really.
Hell is alive, just as you are.
I will guide you. Yes!
But our circle has only one exit. Through our boss, yes.
Andromedius!
Oh, it's their boss.
Andromedius! He lives in the Palace of Evil. You have to follow the boiling rivers from the tar pits to get there.
Yeah, go there. Be careful not to fall from the bridge, though.
Best. God. Hell in the popular imagination. The traditional Russian conception of hell almost completely matches that of church literature. Like the Jews of the Old Testament, they place it underground and describe it as an underworld trench, a kingdom of darkness, or a land of darkness and death's shadow, where the light itself is akin to darkness. Hell is considered to be the source of demonic forces and is home to an ever-burning fire, the Gehenna of eternal darkness. A deep, dark underworld, or lake of boiling tar. A soul's path to the afterlife, especially how wide it is, depends on sinfulness. It may be as wide as a bridge, or as thin as a hair. Sinners fall off and plunge into the terrible abyss, while righteous souls pass safely to paradise. Paradise. Sixth department. What is that?
What do you mean when you say you're the sixth?
There are other departments in addition to us.
Yes, we're working the sixth toll house. We are responsible for our clients, you know?
For whom?
For the ones that pass through here.
Sinners, you mean?
Oh, yes.
Book.
You know of this book, then?
Certainly. And so it has been said, according to legend.
There's a legend. It will fulfill the wish of a Koldu.
Great power! Great glory!
Of course. No.
I don't have time for these demons.
Oh, they just answered your questions. I'm not gonna attack them. Drive off.
Get out of here, you evil chorts!
Run away! All together now!
1, 2.
Silly gooses. Iron cart. A huge cart got trapped in a tar trap. It's from hell, but I still feel as if I've seen it somewhere.
The Chorts crowd around the cast iron cart. It seems that one of the horned spirits is being scolded by the others. When they notice you, they start up an almost incomprehensible howling, from which you understand only one fact. It is you who robbed them of an entire wagon full of sinners.
Ah, right.
Demons rush to attack you, still cursing the Khaldun's.
Haha, consequences of my actions. I remember that sinner's cart. Oh shit. Wait, why are they wasting themselves? Crap, and we used all our herbs for the fight with Old Igor. Okay, let's calculate this correctly. Erratic squad, can we deal 100 damage? Is my question. No, we cannot. Ah, wait, I'm using the wrong deck. I'm using the waste. No, I went back to my curse deck. So I think we're fine. Wait. Why aren't the shorts going to help me? Why is it 1 damage? No! It nullified that card! Our shorts are not available in hell! I've been relying on the Heretic squad too much. I'm all alone. This card is useless now. Jeez. Look, I'm sorry I took those sinners away from you, right? I don't know why you're killing yourselves. Why did you waste them? Doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Now I'm getting all the Heretic squads. No shorts, just 1 damage. So sad. Right, we got a new seal. Eloquence 4. Wow. This is a well-versed waist, and it's a gesture. This one adds effects to all the pages in Zagavors. 5 defense. These are powerful cards. Withering. Let's just get this.
The Chorts dissolve in the wild inferno. The sinners thank you for freeing them from the hateful fire, even though it is only for a short time.
Black pages. If an ordinary person finds a black book, he should not read it to its end. Otherwise, Chorts will find him. They will attach themselves to him and torment him for the rest of his life. He will be forced to corrupt livestock, poultry, and other people. Such books are referred to as black pages. In some ways, black pages are like the Bible, but are written with white ink on black paper. Black pages are the word of Satan, whereas the Bible is the word of God. You should read neither of these books to the end. Ooh. Not even the Bible. Okay, dealt with that. Sisyphus Mountain. This bald mountain hangs over the infernal fields. You could see everything from up there.
At the top of an especially high, hellish rock, you find the cozy burrow of a Chort that you know. Looking back, you freeze in fear and wonder as you look upon a view of such dread and magnificence that you have never seen.
It's such a cool sequence. Look into the abyss. Talk to the Chort.
The exhausted demon thanks you once again and pulls out a red rag from somewhere in his burrow. After whispering some demonic Zagavar over it, he hands you his gift.
Thank you. Devil's Banner. It's true what they say. The gifts of the devil are of no use in housekeeping. Increases the recharge speed of allies' ability by 3. Oh, but I don't have any allies. Let us look into the abyss.
You can't help but to admire the eerie expanses of the underworld. You rest a bit and are ready to continue on your way.
Health restored. Tar pits. This looks exactly like the icons in our church. What was its name again? St. George's?
A twisted bridge leads you to the boiling tar pits in the Golden Sands. Sinners emerge once and again from the black slurry, trying to get hold of the shining banks, but each time they are driven back under the merciless blows of demonic pitchforks. The Chort overseers seem to mistake you for an escaped sinner and attack.
Ooh, look at them, like impaled on that. Get out of my way! Ward 10. Straight up damage to me. I need to get rid of these cards. I forgot. I don't have my heretics anymore. I don't have my Chorts anymore. Okay. Gonna hurt. Is there anything I can mitigate it with? I shouldn't have used everything against old Yegor. Ow. Ow. Come on, get my curse on. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Waste? Ah, I'm immune to waste. Joke's on you. There we go, forever and ever. Kill you in one turn with a Omo River. Take that. They're still gonna try and waste me. It's a 12. Okay, you're dead. Unlimited power. Gonna have to edit their deck after this. No Chorts in hell. GG. Eloquence 4, holy crap. And that's a key card. Suppressed. Next attack deals 1 damage reduced when taking. Alright, I need to get rid of Erratic Squad. Dead Seal. In a white sea, a white stone, a dead man perched atop it. This seal is the last. Increases well-versed effect for 4. Well-versed waste. That seems pretty cool. This 2. Oh wait, no. This is not the waste deck. My bad. Increase well-versed effect for 4. That seems pretty interesting for next round. To build up stuff. Nah. Well, I have no more charge pestering me, so I could use Bless. Go with that for now. Cossack guest. It seems in hell, Coldoons and Shorts are on friendly terms. That's why this short asked me to help deal with this unexpected guest. Sure.
Among the barren rocks of the underworld, you find a murky grotto. A flock of wailing demons has surrounded a frightened Cossack. He sits at a table where everything is ready for a game of Durak. It turns out that the old soldier has placed a wager, his soul against the stolen hat. Impatient devils are inviting you to play the game on their side.
Oh, wow.
It turns out that the old soldier has placed a wager, his soul against the stolen hat. Impatient devils are inviting you to play the game on their side.
So if I lose the game, if I throw the game, he gets his soul back? Or I should attack the demons and save the Cossack? Or play cards and just lose the game? Nah, I'm in hell. Attack the demons. Why am I saving this Cossack? Just protect yourself. What are you gonna do now? Ward and 10 to all. Well, I gotta kill you now. Come on, do I have an Omo River? Yes, I do. Kill you in one turn. Hmm. Wait, I was supposed to attack this guy. I think I clicked the wrong thing. Damn it. Well. All enemies, that should be fine. Your ward just keeps getting stronger. Okay. All damage on you then. Damn it. Keeps warding up. I have to punch through 28, deal 40 plus damage to him. He's gonna keep warding himself up. Now I have to deal 46 damage. Finally. Ooh, new cards. Gesture adds effects to all pages. Firm 1. Prayer 10. Sacrifice 10. Swipe. Suppress. Next attack deals 1, reduces when taking damage. Eternal. Suppress to all enemies. It's kind of crowd control. Just ignore 1.
The imps return the Cossack's hat before disappearing. A delighted old man gives you all of his money and dissolves right after the evil spirits.
Oh.
I've heard of Christian souls visiting hell, but never imagined myself being one of them, is the last thing he says before fading away.
Wow. How a widow visited hell. A widow was dying and lay motionless for 5 days and nights. She had 5 children. An abbé came to read the burial service and saw the widow's face change from white to red. "Don't bury her yet. Let her rest some." He went away, and after some time, the widow sat up and said, "Don't run away. I'm not dead. I visited the afterlife, and the Lord guided me through it. He showed me how people are punished for their sins. I remember how He guided me, candle in my hand, through a crowd of people scooping something up. He said to me, 'People who picked berries on Sundays.' We went further and saw people black all over, their faces burned. People who set houses on fire. We went further still and saw a child walk up to a woman and say, 'You are not my mother, but a snake.' The Lord said, 'People who killed their children.' Then He led me to 3 men and asked, 'Do you recognize them?' 'Yes, I do.' He had shown me my 3 husbands. Then He told me, 'I'm bringing you back.' And He led me to a table with burning candles. He started to read a book, and His guides led me out of the cave. And so I have returned." What a trip. Shorts Fair. Here, shorts are trading their hellish goods at hellish prices. Oh god, how much is an herb? But hey, they have a market here. Of course they do. Oh, there's a book merchant right here. And card players still playing in hell. This is probably one of the regular tables. Short herbalist. Oh yes, herbs. Let's see what else there is.
Wisdom will enter your heart and be good for your soul.
What Zagavors do you have? Look at this. Gesture, well-versed, firm. This is better than Nava. Short peddler, what do you have? Painted egg. What are these? Dead Man's Book. Is your eloquence black? Strength and status weakness 2. Increases curse each turn. Sharp stuff. This would help our curse deck. So this is a spike deck, huh? You could for spike decks. I think I'm gonna use my rubles on herbs. What are we lacking here? Hmm. Should have bought immortal herbs. Used up all my monies. Okay. This is like the first temple. Evil Palace. Here it is, the mysterious palace. Overgrown with poisonous mushrooms. Evil has been living here for hundreds of years. We're not even close to the throne.
You have almost reached the bizarre Palace of Evil. Your steps echo among the ornate spires of this strange building. Citri knows the way and leads you to the very chambers of the palace's master. You notice many open chests filled to the brim with golden rubles. Perhaps it is worth replenishing your supplies.
Ignore it.
Behind the heavy gates lies a heap of treasure. Gold and other riches 1,000 times more impressive than the one you saw in Vodinoy's palace. A black throne sits atop the shimmering mountain.
Hello?
Well, well. Who do we have here, dear me?
Count Andromedas.
Oh, is it you, Citri? Well, well. You've brought your beauty. This is the witch that broke the seals, I presume?
How can we reach the throne of Hell?
This is not how we do business these days. No, we don't. We really don't. And what about the book, lads? Why does she still have it? Respond, will ya?
This is the same black book of legendary repute.
Oh, I know all about this Khaldun's black books.
Listen, Andromedas.
Oh, right. The throne of Hell. I will let you pass, Citri. But your Vasilisa will have to face the tall house. Or turn back.
Black books.
What was that you were talking about, black books?
Oh, everyone knows about black books. Yours is unique, of course. One of a kind.
Black books. In Russian folklore, a black book is the book of a Koldun. With its help, a Koldun learns how to conjure, speak the Koldunic language, and cast black zagavors, or spells. Before he dies, he is to pass the book to one of his relatives, or else he is doomed to rise from the grave and haunt the living. The soul of a Koldun cannot be at rest. He must linger between the world of the living and the dead, unable to pass to either. Throne of Hell.
How can we reach the throne?
Hell will lead you to it, my dear. If you pass my toll house, of course.
Another detour.
Which path it will lead you to is for you alone to discover.
Aerial tolls.
Aren't the aerial toll houses held by the angels?
Of course, by the angels, my dear, in the skies.
Toll houses. According to the life of Saint Basil the Younger, after death, the soul has to pass through various obstacles on its way to God's throne. These obstacles are called aerial toll houses. There are 20 of them, each one dedicated to a particular sin, such as gluttony or bearing false witness. A separate demon oversees each of the obstacles and recalls all of the sins of the deceased. Fortunately, the soul is accompanied by one or several guiding angels who help to outweigh the sins by the good deeds done by the deceased. In northern Precamie, this idea of an aerial toll house is in part represented by the idea of sleep as a temporary death. At midnight, the guardian angel, who sits on the man's right shoulder, reports to God regarding all of the things his ward did during the day. During this time, the man is left at the disposal of a chort, who sits on his left shoulder and tempts and entices him to sin. Oh.
I send my walkers to torment newly found clients.
You mean the deceased?
Right. I inspect their quality. If they have too many sins, then I grab their soul. But seeing as you are here, I won't let you go without a trial. Such is my profession. Theft is in my job description. I may be demoted otherwise, am I right, Citri?
Enough.
We'll pass you anyway, you evil chort.
Right. But how?
Attack card game. No. Toll house.
All right. I will endure your ordeal.
Are you sure about that? An angel is usually there to atone the sins with good deeds. You can't rely on anyone here.
Why do you require all that nonsense? Angels, angels. Only the stupid sanctifiers need them.
Be wary. If you accumulate too many sins in his domain, then he will seize your soul, and even I won't be able to help you.
Yeah, we've been doing a no-sin playthrough.
I'm sure I have nothing to fear.
Well, let me read the scroll. Your scroll, this one, my dear. It says everything.
Oh no, all our choices throughout the whole game.
So, you visited a mill. You didn't steal even a kopeck. You went to the Vodenoi's palace. I have quite a collection of his ushkoiniks here.
The Pirates of Novgorod.
He has some very nice treasure. And didn't even care for it. But it's understandable. His gold turns to fish scales in the world of man. Your Khaldons visit these churches without a second thought, as if it were your own house. It never ceases to amaze me. You did what? Marry someone off? You didn't even take the donations. How pity, how pity. And here, being but a guest, you didn't take a ruble.
Wow, I'm feeling better about myself now.
Not even one sin. I might throw up.
We did a few sins. I guess Andromalius is gonna count that.
You failed my ordeal. Now be on your way.
Oh wow, okay. No sin playthrough. Benefit.
Maybe you'll have better luck in another circle of hell.
So Andromalius is about stealing. And we made it a point since the beginning of the game, like, this doesn't belong to me, I'm not gonna steal it. So this is great. This is super cool. We're being judged in hell. And I got 1,000 XP for that. What did he say? There were, what, 20 tolls?
Andromalius dissipates into a hideous cloud of sulfuric stench. A portal opens in place of his throne, through which you see a new landscape that is even darker and gloomier than what you've seen before.
Can you, like, just judge me all in one go? I don't have to go through 20 toll houses. I made sure to come in here with zero
Oh,
sin.
what a beautiful place hell is when chaos reigns supreme. Don't you agree, my lady?
I don't know. All the sinners. I can't bear listening for their screams.
Even though they are devoid of heavenly grace, they found a shelter here in hell. And they are tormented most cruelly here, since we're in the domain of death herself. Shorts torture murderers, traitors, infidels, and other rebels here.
Tolls.
But why am I here? Among these wretches?
Damn, Basilisa.
Who knows? Hell works in mysterious ways.
Satan just wants my book.
I know one thing. The abyss will lead you to your goal.
I like how the theme is like a distorted version of the theme song. Hell.
Tell me how hell works.
I could explain it to you for ages, my lady, and still not tell you even a fraction of the whole truth. I know a lot being a spirit, but your mind simply cannot grasp this knowledge.
Beyond human comprehension.
Hell changes every moment, but only one thing stays the same. The torment of sinners devoid of forgiveness. Some demons heavenly delight in torture. For others, souls are just a form of currency.
Soul coins. Shorts.
Why are there some shorts here and others on Earth or with Khaldun's?
Some are sent to Earth as a reward, while others go to the same place but to Khaldun's as a punishment. Demons have their own hierarchy. Peasants, workers, and nobles. Just like mortal people. Some have their domain in hell, while others have theirs in the mortal world. We demons believe that world of man drowned in its sins long ago. As such, in essence, it is already ours.
Well. Where's heaven and all this? Face of hell.
Tell me about the abyss.
Hell is darkness. Hell is chaos. Hell appears as it wills itself, and doesn't have a firm structure. One might see it as a funnel with throne at its top. Some see it as circles or stamps floating in an endless darkness. Still, others see it as a series of endless caves burning with furious flame. But there is always someone with enough will to harness this power.
Death.
The Tall House of Murder is ruled by Death herself?
Who else but her? Death knows the guilty better than anyone, since she is present wherever sin is committed.
Will she let me pass?
Did we murder anyone? Does killing shorts count as murder?
Death is a strange creature, worthy of the hellish unknown. Today her victims are old ones, tomorrow everyone, or only the sick or the young. So it is not my place to guess at her whims about you and live in sorceries.
Okay, next toll. Murder.
Will this road lead us to death?
Correct. With it, we will get to her temple. She's the only one who can open the way further.
Let's not tarry.
I shall obey, my lady. Be strong. You are but steps away from your goal.
More shorts coming to bit. Look at Vasilisa. She just can't handle this anymore. Just we're in hell. Yes, short.
Mistress! Yes, you! Come to our cauldron.
Don't you forget, Short, that I'm still alive.
No, not in the cauldron, but to the cauldron.
Important point of clarification.
This feeble-minded spirit invites you for a small excursion into his domain. I believe he wants to demonstrate to you all his skill in the devilish arts of torture.
Oh my god.
Yes, this demon speaks truly. Well versed he is.
He's so proud of his work. I torture so well. Come, Koldun.
Here, let me toss you a coin.
Don't forget to toss a coin to your Koldun.
We'll be waiting for you.
Please help me, good woman. Don't refuse.
Student short.
Here is a bit of God for you. Everyone says that you are rich with knowledge. I'm taking an exam at a short academy and have trouble with one question.
Short Academy.
What do you Khaldoons give away before passing into hell?
Shorts.
What do Khaldoons give away before dying? They give their shorts away with their book, or just with a touch.
Yeah, like the slapping.
It happens in different ways.
Oh, right. Thank you kindly.
Good luck on your exams. Your short exams.
I will be all right now.
That sounded very sinister. Did I just help him cheat on his tests? What's a short academy? That's pretty awesome. I don't want this wish to come true anymore. Can we just... I've already tried to burn the book. The book won't let me go. I think we're cursed with it. But I would like to meet Satan. So, you passed the trial of the King of Thieves and moved on to the next one. This toll house was prepared for you by the bony crone herself. Demon Pit. I can't see anything here. There. Only darkness and bursts of flame.
Impenetrable gloom fills this region of hell, but it is often torn by a stray bolt of merciless fire. You hear savage howls and the thumping of thousands of demonic feet ahead of you.
I'm so curious. Come closer.
In the deep, thorny pits, demons are drilling their kin. In vain, they try to march in lines that will soon fall apart with such howls that your head is filled with tormenting pain. One of the would-be generals notices you and decides to test the skill of his subordinates, ordering a full-on attack.
This is why you don't charge headlong into... Oh. Oh my god, Vasilisa. 33, waist 10. They're gonna shoot me. Ow. 33? 66? I'm gonna die in like 2 rounds. Ow. Okay, I cannot even curse him. I don't have any curse cards. Oh. Oh, there. Curse 5 for all enemies. Almost could have killed him. Well, I was gonna get shot. Oh, thank God. Ow! What are you gonna do now? Reload. 33 defense and 33 health. Not gonna let that happen. You shot me. I'll kill you now. No choice but white cards. Gesture, well-versed, firm defense for 9. And it's a gesture. Huh.
Shorts are scattering in fright, having learned the merit of your power. Some scream for mercy. Others flail their arms with a strange madness. Those soldiers that only watched the battle freeze in place. Each salute you in their own way. Some bow their monstrous heads or kneel. Others salute you with a shake of heavy horns.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna be the queen of hell. Let's just do it. Shorts cauldrons. I can hear screams coming from that direction. Sounds like human souls being tortured. Let's remember these people here are like murderers and like...
A winding path leads you to a huge grotto. Its walls and floor are dotted with pits, nooks, and crannies, all filled with cauldrons, boilers, and iron mechanisms where chorts are torturing souls of the screaming unfortunates. The terrible suffering of the sinners is so cruel that you involuntarily take several steps back. The familiar devil awaits. He bows and invites you for a little tour of his domain.
Eternal torture.
Here you find every horror imaginable. Your guide relishes in the details of each torture while showing them to you. Here he adds some oil. There he turns the spit. And there he tightens the bolts on another of these disgusting mechanisms. He offers you to lend him a hand in this demonic art.
Oh my God, torture sinners. What do I do? Interrupt with the workings of hell? Like, my first instinct is like to free these people, but the thing is, they're gonna be tortured eternally. Like, even if they learn their lesson, they're still gonna be tortured. What about rehabilitation? What about, these people are never gonna see the throne of God? They were already told, sinners go to hell, and there's no redemption there. Maybe we could use our power to change hell. Or I could just decline and ignore this. Hellish suffering. Hell is a place of eternal suffering. Sinners are doomed to suffer for all eternity by fire, tar, and, in rare cases, water. They are beaten with red-hot rods, eaten by snakes and worms. Of course, these stories were used to scare people into obeying. And hanged on hooks by their ribs or tongues. They are forced to lick red-hot pans and suffer from thirst, hunger, and molten sulfur dripping on their heads. The tortures in hell are paused on Annunciation and from Easter to the Ascension Day. After Judgment Day, it is believed that the aforementioned punishments will be inflicted onto fiends and demons as well. And some of the sinners will receive their long-awaited deliverance. Oh, there is deliverance. After this, I don't get it. Eternal suffering, and then, but long-awaited deliverance? you know, I guess when people pray for them, pray for their souls, eventually they'll be delivered. I'm feeling rebellious today. Let's let's free these sinners. Oh, what am I doing, Vasilisa? What are you doing, Vasilisa? You know, this is how hell works, right? And we're just here and we're like stomping around and, you know, throwing our weight around. I did not expect that we would be going through toll gates and hell. Let's double curse, actually. So the weakness is gonna drop his thing down to 1. This guy's just gonna keep warding up, so I need to kill him next, actually. Shoot, you know, I need to kill him first. Okay, weakness is gonna drop them both to 1 HP, and my vampirism will take care of the rest. Ow. Stop warding up. I'm gonna kill you now. Damn. Alright, you're gonna die. 72 damage to everyone. That's wild. Awesome. And feel the power.
The demons disperse, and you free some souls. They then start helping others. Prince Citri only makes a helpless gesture. He thinks that all these efforts are useless, since hell will catch these sinners sooner rather than later.
Well, we got -1 sin for that. It's like he invited us. Look how I torture these people. And he's ended up killing them. So we have 1 skill point. We already got everything we needed. Sleight of hand even worth it? We already have like the +4 herbs. Page creation costs less. Evil kennels. So after passing through the gate of the death, let's see what happens next. But we will be ending the stream soon. Some official houses stand here. Living in one of these is its own kind of hell.
Chorts have built hideous, squat barracks along the path. Slender rows of these buildings stretch all the way to a horizon dotted by black chimneys that are belching, reeking smoke. Everything around here is lined with fences and strange, thorny threads.
Wow. It's like a gulag.
Devils drive sinners from one barrack to another, and their hellish dogs torment the lingering unfortunates, killing their victims again and again. A group of Chorts approaches you orderly, as though being a military squad. They are dressed in scraps of filthy uniforms and are marching awkwardly across the ground, drenched in the blood of hapless sinners.
Holy crap.
Good day, Mistress Prince Citri. You've come here on inspection, I presume.
Oh, look how she's there's a halo around Vasilisa with this hell.
I see that you found quite an impressive means of bringing your ideas to life.
How creative.
What's going on here?
We are preparing for the 20th century.
Oh my god.
If I may, my mistress, Chorts are getting more and more discriminated when we talk about murder. You see, there is less and less violence in the world, unfortunately.
Huh?
And this is why we've come up with the new ways of tormenting mortals. We're getting ready to train our agents.
New ways?
Looks like some kind of a horrible labor camp.
Yes, ma'am. In these very camps, we intend to torment millions of souls.
Have you come up with a name already?
Yes, sir. Death camps.
I feel that this may be too blunt. How about labor camps?
As your Royal Highness commands.
You won't see such expanses of the abyss while traveling with ignorant guides like Saint Nicholas, don't you think?
I guess, if you're guided by angels or saints. Learning a lot. Nicholas the Guide. This was told to me by the woman who had slept for 7 days and nights. I was led by an old man, and only later guessed that it was Nicholas the Guide. He showed me how sinners suffer. On one side were women who vomited everything put in their mouths, witches who had stolen milk. On another side was a woman kneading bloody dough, her hands spotted with sores. She had performed abortions. Man. Nearby, a young girl was being drained of her blood by snakes. She had refused to breastfeed her own children. There were also huge cauldrons, filled with people being boiled but not dying. These were coldoons. One was for men, and next to it, one for women. I also saw a woman sitting next to a large jar, stirring it with a whisk. In her life, she had diluted milk with water to make more money. And so now, she had to set milk and water apart. Wow. Less violence?
I haven't heard that there are fewer murders in the world of man.
I hadn't heard that either. There was just the war.
Oh, but it's true, ma'am. This is the very reason that my colleagues are working on creating new ways to cause evil.
Oh, you should listen about all the wars that these clever Chorts have planned.
What?
How horrible.
Let me tell you, sir, ma'am.
Everything in its own good time. We're in a hurry now.
Agents.
Agents that you talk about. These are the Chorts that tempt people?
Yes, ma'am.
There are several agents types. Type 1, corporal of the left shoulder. He sits on the left shoulder of a man. Type 2, fire colonel, flies about as a fairy ball. Type 3, ladder major. He puts on the skin of a corpse and walks among men.
Come on, you will tire our magnificent guest.
Oh, I want to learn more, but holy crap, they're gonna start the world wars. The Leshy was right.
Some of the recruits in these pits will one day become such an officer.
Some will mingle with men, maybe even lead them.
This can't be.
I've heard that a most peculiar mustache will become fashionable.
Seriously? Wow. So Hitler's from here.
We have to continue on. As for you...
Attack! Liberate the camp! Liberate the labor camp! No, we cannot. The buildings stretch to the horizon. There are millions of souls here. It's gonna take my entire lifetime. I'm gonna come back and do that. We're gonna stop the world wars. Let's try to persuade this guy. He apparently respects me. I don't know why everyone's calling me mistress. I guess the black book gives me a certain sway in hell. I'm being escorted by royalty.
I don't think that you need to kill so many men and devise such camps.
You know, sinners. Rehabilitate them, punish them. Then let them go through the tolls. This is a bit much.
Why is that, ma'am?
How can I convince this Herod spawn that he should not create such chambers of torture?
About mercy? No. Martyrs? I'm gonna need a clue here. Ah, right. Right. Chorts are cursed. They cannot create anything new. So, the clue is need not invent. So, these demons will throw every resource they have to exterminate the human race. So obviously not mercy. Every resource, so I don't think we want to say it's too difficult. Old idea.
There are many such camps already.
No.
I've heard that the Tsar sends criminals to labor camps and such.
Well, I guess we're gonna attack him.
No, ma'am. Humanity hasn't seen such a horror yet.
Well said, lad.
I won't let you compose such horrors. I didn't heal and help all these peasants for this.
But why?
Because I couldn't answer your question. Oh no, I'm gonna die though. Look at this. 33. And bless. Ah, man. Well, it's 7 p.m. We should be ending soon, but this is such an interesting trip through hell. So this is new. They are creating new ways to exterminate the human race. They are going to start World War I and World War II. And well, they're going to push that along. Humanity's gonna start it. They're gonna tempt them along the way. What is the answer to that question? You would make martyrs of them? Or too difficult? But what is the clue supposed to mean? Need not invent. I don't know. missed something there. Oh well. The thing is, this killing isn't gonna work, obviously, because he's just killing one guy. The long-term solution would have been to persuade them to pursue a different course of action. That's not gonna work. Okay, now I can kill him.
The Chorts scatter in terror, breaking the fences and walls of their gloomy barracks. Sinners are fleeing across the hellish desert. Your guide condescendingly shakes his head and gracefully invites you to continue your journey.
I guess that's one way. Would have liked to convince him though. Forgotten Palace. I can see some ruins by the road.
You approach a magnificent palace with a facade decorated only by shards of broken glass.
Wow.
The screams fade and give way to a dry wind that is driving dust across the withered remains of its former glory. The despondent building is still and silent.
Ah, the Forgotten Palace. The carbuncle of former glory.
Carbuncle.
Did you live in this castle?
The demons did. And we lost everything in the blink of an eye.
Huh.
Everything could be different. Do you think that our Lord invented this so-called hell?
I don't know, but I like how they keep framing Vasilisa with this. Something about her.
I'm sure that he would not.
So it wasn't you who decided to torture the sinners?
Nonsense. Who needs these wretches? No, we demons are the same prisoners in this kingdom of darkness as any other man. Times are changing, and so must we. I am positive that you would agree with me as well.
I'm not sure what to say about that. So things used to be like this. I disagree.
Since he said so, then so be it.
Oh wait, no. Okay, I didn't want to say that.
Oh, but you are still blind. Don't you have your own opinion? Don't you want to do things your own way? There is still much for you to learn. You might be able to see the truth of my words yet.
There's a glimpse of light coming from the front, but I feel something sinister coming from it.
The trail winds along the bank of the flaming lake. The gloom parts before a strong heat, reeking of sulfur and filled with the unyielding screams of helpless sinners. When you adjust to the bright light, you are able to discern the orderly rows of demons that pass along souls to each other. Every chort has his own dreadful task, to cut, twist, or do other things better left unsaid.
Look closely, my mistress. Another innovation of death herself. Perpetual torture.
My lord.
Each demon has his own task, which he performs over and over again. Thus, each sinner is tortured by death with every way possible, and with proper diligence, not missing an inch. In the old days, we had to invent a special way of torture for each sinner. Now, everything is much simpler.
It's factory line of torture. They really are changing for the 20th century. Trails through hell. A woman woke up after a long sleep and recounted her dream. It was hell itself. To the left of me was a woman standing over a moat, tar dripping off her. At any minute, she might have fallen into the moat. Next, I saw a lake of fire and a man standing there. 2 beehives hung in the air, hitting him over the ears. This man had stolen bees during his life. I crossed the lake and started along a sandy seashore. All along the shore, human heads emerged and cried, "Praised be the Lord." I finally got to the gates and laid down to rest, but death itself appeared. There were only 4 teeth left in her skull, 2 on top, 2 on the bottom, and a headscarf around her bony cheeks. I began to cry, begging her to let me go, and she did. I got up and walked the paths of hell. I saw young girls who had been unfaithful, and a young lad holding up a falling haystack. There were many other souls who remained silent, and I couldn't ask them why they were being punished. I recall 2 girls who were giving each other their milk and pouring it into a bottomless barrel. There were also women carrying stones. Finally, someone showed me the way home, and I returned to this world.
It is said that the cauldrons will also receive similar treatment. You have no idea how hard it was to organize these lesser imps to perform their duties properly.
These poor people. How is this possible? Only demons could have invented something like this.
Actually, this is just basically what the world will look like.
So, shall we continue our journey?
Vasilisa's journey through hell. Attack!
I have to help these wretched souls.
Oh, Vasilisa, this is a waste of time.
Don't get in my way if you don't want to disappear yourself.
As you desire, mistress.
Whoa, my god, what am I doing? Ow. Okay, 24. Forever and ever. Do I have a curse up? No, I do not. It's gonna hurt. Are you gonna grow? He's gonna grow. They're gonna continue to attack. I'm so glad they're not immune to curse. Yeah, I'm not even gonna make a dent in hell. This is inevitable. But I did play Vasilisa as a pious woman. Kind of. Why aren't you dead? What? Oh, because you have a ward? Oh, there we go. Imminence. Curse. Suppresses immunity to curse. Suppresses immunity to waste. Oh, hey. I need that.
You drive away some demons and thus stop the dreadful conveyor. The souls are desperately trying to hide in the lava, preferring fire to the merciless claws of the torturous demons. Your fiendish guide bows courteously, impressed by your display of power, and invites you to continue the journey.
Alright, our final destination for today's stream, the Temple of Death. A terrifying place. I have to get out of here while I'm still alive. Sarlacc pit.
One more step, and a hateful, gaping portal reveals itself. It is a doorway to the halls of death itself, if the words of Citri are to be believed. Each footfall fills you with dread, and only the thoughts of proximity to your goal give you the strength to move forward. You descend lower and lower down the winding stairs, sensing the evil will of a creature devoid of life and earthly desires. A quiet spirit lives here, one waiting for its moment. A quiet spirit lives here, one waiting for its moment.
You know what messages are going to be left around here in Elden Ring, right?
Death itself is sitting on its throne, the enemy of humankind.
Enemy.
Quiet rattling and the stench of decay are the unyielding allies of every spirit's word.
I've been waiting for you, Citri, and you, Vasilisa. I was expecting you to be much, much earlier.
Yeah, well.
Greetings to you, Death.
Weeks and weeks I was on your heels, sorceress, and yet you slipped away. But I am patient. Soon, very soon, you will be mine, and then... Look at these instruments. Oh, what a marvelous torture that will be. My demons will work on your body and soul when I'm done.
You'll never get me. Neither you, neither your chores.
Few are those who have avoided my embrace. You think your book can aid you?
Let me just pass the toll gate.
Death has a creaky laugh, like the scratching of nails on a coffin lid.
Death.
Why do you take people away? Leave us alone. Your work brings nothing but misery.
What a clever witch. He wants to help humanity. But it is not my place to aid you in this matter. It is not I who made this world as such, but the Creator who willed it.
That is true.
You want to change the way things are. Be careful what you wish for them.
Shorts.
You're demons. I've never seen anything like that.
It's merely my job. I am the mistress of the murder toll house at the moment. And I'm very diligent. Everything you've seen, don't even think of telling this to anyone.
Trade secrets. Forbidden to speak about. A father fell asleep and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 3rd day he awoke. I have a headache. His wife and 3 sons were dead. But in his dream, he said, they took him by the hand and showed and told him things he was forbidden to speak about. He saw there in the other world men, women, and children all by themselves. One old lady slept for 7 days. She woke up and said, "Don't soak a broom in filthy water. It's a sin." She said this and then died. Oh crap. Gee, well, you're not supposed to tell anyone, right?
You know how I love surprises.
Book.
I can ask the book for eternal life.
For a long, long time, this ancient artifact was absent from these halls. But you are not the first to wield it.
What was wished for before?
Few Khaldun's awaited my embrace. You won't be among them either.
So there are Khalduns that achieved eternal life. Enough.
Maybe we will have a closer meeting soon, but not today.
What do you say to death? Judge me.
I will face your ordeal.
So bold. You are strong, Khaldun, but you won't escape my class. If you don't pass my toll, your soul will be mine.
Open the scroll.
Oh, how many charts you've slain. At least so you think, for they are immortal.
Okay, so killing shorts does not count as murder. They just get banished back into hell.
But this is not your sin. Fjodor, your old friend, he has sins of his own, but they are none of my concern. You could have brought him to ruin, but you offered a helping hand. And your new friend, Petska, so small. You people think that age is important, don't you? You could have left, but you saved him. Your teacher, your mentor, he has betrayed you, and you...
Spared his life.
You forgave him, as a faithful daughter should. Your colleague, the sorcerer, Alexander. He could have killed you, but he saved you. You forgave him, even though you could have killed him many times over.
I could have pushed him out the window.
Here in hell, you met another living soul, Akasak. You are saved from inevitable death. Well, all my work is cut out for me, it seems. I appreciate your concern.
I got a perfect score, I think.
Death rises from her throne, and a portal to another hellish landscape opens behind her.
Don't forget about me, Vasilisa, for we shall meet again quite soon.
Soon. All roads lead to death.
Citri bows to your interlocutor and follows you into the portal. You sense that your victory is fleeting, so you step inside the portal that has just emerged behind the throne of the Grim Reaper.
Our actions coming together in the end. I was just doing it because I just wanted to be a good person. Or I just wanted Vasilisa to be a good person.
So, here we are. Our final resting station, my lady.
But I don't see the throne.
There is not much of a path left. After the Sinner's Forest, you will see the heart of the Abyss.
We're in the end game now.
I hope that you've seen with your own eyes. Known as the home of fallen souls and wretched ghosts, is really...
Much worse. I'm seeing such horrors for the first time.
It's just like the surface world.
But wait, my lady. As you might have guessed, we're not idling. We shall regain our former power yet. You'll see. Unfortunately, it is time for a farewell. Follow the trail. It was a great honor and even a bigger joy to guide you down these hellish roads.
I guess I'll see you when World War I happens. That's where we're gonna end the stream. What a journey. I guess the conclusion is going to happen next week. Such an awesome sequence, though. Did not expect. Like, I thought we are just gonna end up in hell, see. Like, I thought it was gonna end there, but no. It's like, no. Let us remind you of your journey. Pass through these toll gates. I'd forgotten about some of those events. Like, I just kept choosing the quote-unquote good options. And it worked out. It's been a long and winding road, but I think I've been playing Vasilisa quite consistently. And just kind of weird, like, I did throw the book, but I guess forces conspired, fate conspired for me to get to the throne no matter what. But it's the thought that counts. It's the intent that counts. I don't think I'm gonna go for the wish. Imagine that, like seeing the stirrings of the 20th century and what's to come. And we're not able to change that. I wonder what would have happened if we successfully convinced the guy. Probably not much, but it would have probably led to some nice dialogue. But that's all the time we have for today. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll conclude this next week. If what he says is true, then this is the last section. But wait, there isn't any map. Is this already the ending? Like, is there even anything left to play? Because there's no departure. Let's click Citri.
So, here we are. Our final resting station, my lady.
But I don't see the throne.
There is not much of a path left. After the sinners, I hope that you've seen with your own...
Much worse.
But wait, my lady. We shall regain our former power. Unfortunately, it is time for a farewell. Follow the trail. It was a great honor, and even a bigger joy, to guide...
You're supposed to talk to Citri and then set off. So what is ahead? The Throne of Hell. Wow, we're so close to the end, but I guess I'll have to conclude it next week. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for tuning in and your support of the channel. Thank you for dropping by, Captain Panda, and thank you, MMH Fan, for that generous tip. You're always so generous with your tips. We're going to continue Black Book. Next week. I'll see everyone on Saturday for a continuation of Ghostwire Tokyo. I think we're also down to the last act of Ghostwire Tokyo. It's a pretty fun game. We've been doing the main quest. Haven't really been doing any of the open world activities, but that is also pretty interesting. But I did not expect this to happen. Vasilisa's been through a lot. Our journey is coming to an end soon. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. If you enjoy this content, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And if you wish to become a part of the Tabletop Cinema community, Discord is open 24/7. So, take care everyone, and as always, welcome to the table. Have a good one.